Nice jump, Alistair.
Jungle Cat just resubbed for 37 months. Buongiorno, grazie per gli streaming.
Grazie. I think we were part way through this one. We bust this guy for having a bit of grass.
I'd have to ask around.
Yeah, he did get sent off, didn't he?
Get your telephone.
I saw your pictures, asked about you. His fee ought to cover a couple of months' rent and groceries for the family.
Nice jump, Alistair.
M1CR0 man just resubbed for 1 month.
Grazie.
Yeah, Davy's mine, all right. He stays with his grandmother during the week when I work nights. I don't get to spend as much time with him as I'd like, but that all changed as soon as I put enough cash away to buy some freedom.
I hear you can really make the bucks at the night sessions. You can use that kind of money. Any chance you could...
Stick to the day job, Stacy. They're not as hard on you.
Nervous, Stacy? A little.
Good. Right. Pumps up the flare. Now, when you're out there, I want you to save a special smile for the man sitting in his usual spot at the end of the runway. He's my best customer.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Skylimix just resubbed for 20 months. Flax Z Med.
Zeta Med. Interesting. That's what I do every Saturday night. I'm down there. Isn't that Heather Locklear? Sweat. So I've got to say something, right? There is no, that one. If you're sitting, like if you're a bloke and you're just sitting there like that, or maybe you just sort of sitting, chatting like that, it's quite extreme. But if you're sitting very specifically like this, and then making sort of haughty expressions, it's a little camp, isn't it? You've got to be very sure of yourself, I'd say. Fair play to the lad, he pulls it off. He looks furious!
Andre, who was that?
Oh, it's good, isn't it, Matt?
Like I said, one of my best customers. The one who's going to make the difference for all of us this season.
Some of the girls were talking about a guy sitting at the end of the ramp last year who looks just like him. He got heavy-handed with Michelle, remember?
Michelle's an airhead, you know that as well as I do. That's why I had to let her go with the
Non
other
Rirad
season.
27
Andre,
just
I want the
resubbed
truth.
for 79
Was that
months.
man
Peace.
Jennifer's last date?
No, he was not. That is a bad rumor, Nicole. Look, I haven't even asked Stacy to talk to him, let alone date him. Somebody's going to make him feel at home.
Oh, so we can make the big buy of the season? Well, no thanks.
I'm sorry you feel that strongly. Especially as you're supporting that boy and mother of yours all by yourself. Must be expensive.
You drop me?
All I want you to do is to go and see him and squelch any crazy ideas you have about him. Good. Good girl.
Watch 1 and 4. 2 and 3 are not good.
We have another problem. This time I want you to take care of it. Personally.
Personally. I want you to take care of it. Personally.
Your kid here is already a daredevil, Nicole.
Yeah.
Good trait.
He's a wild man.
His daddy had no fear. He was a fireman, died on duty. Unfortunately, I've got to get him back to my mother's earlier than I expected today.
He's gone for the He-Man haircut, this lad. Fair play.
Entertaining, one of Bender's
Very
clients.
popular in the
It's
times.
part of the job, you get used to it.
So Bender can sell a carload of clothes? What happens when you end up on the short end? Personally entertaining one of Bender's clients?
It's part of the job, you get used to it.
So Bender can sell a carload of clothes?
So the lad's name is Bender. Interesting. I wonder if that's where they got the idea for Bender the robot. But my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Not bad. We've got to get out, but not bad.
Nice jump, Alistair.
It was alright. The
Zaceri
MRE was
just
alright.
resubbed for 4 months. Z Med Heads Unite.
The Dutch soldiers won't be going hungry, you know? They won't be disappointed. This is the Dutch MRE cereal bar, which we didn't get a chance to eat yesterday. It's hearty. So what we could do is go back to Courtyard and wait for the BTR, or just make our way round to Klimov Street and extract there. But we've also got the Stale Bay elevator, so we really just need to run up the right hand side of the map to extract. But there's no real rush, so we'll just chill and wait. Right. I guess we make a run for it. We'll wait for the BTR to go past. Or not. Where's he stopped? Is he just at the end of the road there?
Давай, давай! Залезай! Sprechen Sie Russian, товарищ! Сейчас начнем движение!
I don't know, Boyle. If so, I guess it's a race to see who can pay off the pay off the BTR first. I think there is someone in here. I heard them to my right. Someone just got him.
Пристегните ремни!
Oh shit, they're dropping their stuff off.
Вот он! Слава! Легко он проебал! Видите, блядь, распроебанный!
I personally think if you pay off the BTR and someone in there hasn't paid off the BTR and it starts to go, I think it boots you out, in all honesty. Why there are some windows you can jump out and some you can't, I do not know. So is this the signal flare area? This whole bit? If I fire the flare here, does anyone know, will I get out? I guess we find out, huh? You need to run down the street. What do you mean you need to run down the street? I'm fucking dead. What are you guys doing? I'm fucking done. I'm never asking you guys anything ever again. Beyond useless. Beyond useless. What do you mean, no we didn't? Do I just need to fire this flare and then get out of here? Yes. And then just run down the street. Details, team. Details. I sometimes feel like in people's rush to be the first one to respond, they leave out any important details. That way they're first. I helped first. Luckily we had an alternate extract, but that was shit. Yes. Okay, now. Dyson H.R., what is this post-cognitive help? Who gives a shit if you're helping me now? I couldn't care less. You're helping me post-facto. Played Dotes with Joe, Ashy B. 70+ minute game? I was like, let's just play one. Like, yeah, I got time for one. Roll on midnight. Fucking hell. We had a PL, they had a Terrorblade. Game was just fucking so long. That was good though. Played techies. Didn't feel great. Techies didn't feel great, I'll be honest with you. Still fun enough in lane, but just kind of feel a bit useless later. We won. We won. They did the classic let's keep throwing ourselves at high ground trick. Like, a lot. So I did get the ags. I went, let me think, what did I get? Got Ether Lens ags, Octarine. The thing is, with the ags thing, like, it is good, but they had a timber saw. So of course he's moving around. Every time he's moving around in the fight, you know, he's getting blown up, but it's not that much damage, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think we had a Shivas on anyone, but we did have Tusk. Like, it was Joe Tusk, so all he would do is yeet people, so they had to run through the bombs. It was alright. It was alright. I do still miss old techies, but I understand why it had to change. But I do still miss it. Wait for the new expansion. I reckon we could get 10 players for Hoy easy.
What happens when you end up on the short end, like Jennifer Carson?
Jennifer was out on her own.
How do you know that?
I know, that's all.
Just like I know why I was passing out special smiles for special customers today.
Okay. The thought did cross my mind that Bender sent her to some kind of a creep, but he didn't.
You asked him?
Yes.
You believed him.
Great. I will know for sure this afternoon when I find out for myself if that guy you smiled at is or isn't that kind.
This is thrilling. This is the thrilling, all-action cop show I've come to expect from TJ Hooker. I think of Streets, the map, like one of those fruit machines where you have to put more money in than the other fruit machines, but the payoff is much larger. Hello?
Yeah, easy.
Oh.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа. Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь.
I think that the issue with doing a huge CK game, from my perspective in terms of streaming it, would be there's a lot of detail in CK that is harder to show on stream. Like one person, their perspective, sure. But let's say we had 10 people. It's kind of difficult to see the detail in everybody's game. Do you know what I mean? I mean, CK3 takes ages. Stellaris takes ages to play. I love, you know, Stellaris. I fucking love that game. And every now and then I go through a phase of just fucking Stellarising. But in terms of streaming it, I don't think it's as fun and easy to stream as Hoi. And I know you may not think that Hoi and easy and fun belong in the same sentence, but it is easier for people to see what is going on, whereas with CK, I feel like it's just harder. Because it's like when we played it, pretty much just seeing what's happening on my screen, it's hard to really get across what everyone else's empire looks like without really going down into it, because it's a very sort of detail-driven game. With Hoi, I think it's fairly easy to see borders, armies, you know, who's at war, you're being invaded, that kind of stuff. The data is simpler. You don't have to worry about who Hitler's grandson was like you do in CK. Stellaris is great, yeah. I mean, you know, you are kind of, like I've said before, you're a little bit at, we need green flare, not yellow, right? Green flare. Who shoot? I bet probably Jaeger sells that, right? Like Stellaris, when I get into Stellaris playthrough, I kind of, you know what? I actually fucking forgot about Stellaris that whole time. Earlier this month, last month when Virgin was being really shit, I was kind of on a Football Manager tear up at that time. But I think that's the kind of period where I would just get into a Stellaris game. Because you can just eat up an entire day just sitting there and, you know, managing your fucking empire and shit. It's a great game.
Nicole, you can't.
I don't have a choice.
Yes, you do. For your sake and Davy's. What you're planning to do alone is too dangerous.
There's no other way, don't you understand?
Yes, there is. I'm a cop, Nicole.
You're what?
And you've already told me enough to make me know we've got to stop Bender and the sick guys he caters to. I just need you to get me in the door. Will you do that? Will you help me?
You're a cop?
4 Adam 30 on tax.
You? That's what I would say.
90, go.
Dispatch said you had a message.
Stacy found out that Bender set Nicole up to trick with a garment buyer who could be Jennifer's killer. I'm meeting them at the Carriage Inn. You want a piece of it?
Negative. We picked up a lead on Ziggy Polanski. If he connects us with the buyer, we'll make it a party.
Roger, I'll keep you informed on my end.
Hold it right there, mister. Oh, karate chop!
Number's been filed off. Check the trunk. Probably has a dozen more. Specializes in untraceables, don't you, Siggy? Don't you, Siggy?
He broke my hand.
Only because I need to. Otherwise, I'd have blown you out the door. Does that give you any idea how bad I want to talk to you?
10 of them.
Well, there's only one sale of interest on the agenda today, Ziggy. An H&K P7 9mm.
Looks like you hit a home run, Hooker.
He
Hey, I
broke
lost
his
that
hand.
one last week in a poker game to a friend of mine.
That's very good. Now follow that up with a name and location.
I'm gonna get a parole beat behind these guns.
Maybe I'll see if your PO is understanding. Or I might just load you up even further with that attempted assault just now.
Ernie Hanks lives right here with me. He's not here now, though.
Where do I find him?
He works at the
Speak,
factory down in
Or
the
you wanna hold
industrial.
hands all the way back to the station.
Ah!
Oh, such a bully.
B30 on tap 2.
Go 30.
Corrigan, that's no garment buyer that Stacy and Nicole are meeting. Name's Ernie Hanks. Polanski fingered him as the most recent owner of the gun that shot Jennifer Carson.
You think Bender is using Hanks to set Nicole up?
We can't afford to wait to find out.
You fingered him. Not 100% sure where I am. Actually, I think I do know now. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, team. Stern face of that lad watching me. You're camping again. I can't believe it. Abhorrent behaviour. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just camping. It's not like that. flare already? Welcome, Yods Raiders.
Rated with 234 viewers.
How's it going? Jackpot. really dot rich. I don't know if you play. In all honesty, I can't tell from that statement, but I'm going to assume you don't. I am not questing at all.
Нужен, братишка. Пристегните ремни! Скоро взлетаем!
The relax key lets you open a door, and behind that door it's all treasure. Like everything is treasure. Bitcoins, you know, golden skulls, rollers, clocks, lions, roosters, the little statues. No, this car is indestructible. It does only have 2 uses, which is why I like to get as many of them as I can. Because people will watch the door, and if you go to open it, they'll shoot you in the back, and then go in and loot it.
Все.
Did it just take a shot at me, or am I going crazy? Do you have the key for the locked door the relax key can spawn behind? Yes. It was only like 30k. It has 40 uses or something stupid like that. Oh, I love the BTR. I did not pay it off, but equally, I did not shoot at it. So if anyone shoots at it, it starts shooting at people. Okay, fair. Yeah, the bag closes itself up again. Don't ask, you know, I mean... Who knows why? What used to happen is when stuff had been looted, it stayed looted. And then they were like, it should all close up again. And so, bags do that. Drawers do that. The shoes in Back to the Future that tie themselves. That's Back to the Future 2. And the clothes that dry themselves, right? That was such a stupid movie, Back to the Future 2. You can sell the relax key on Flea, yeah. It's like 180k. I just grab it. I mean, it's so easy to grab. Three is Wild West. Do you know what's funny? When I was a kid, if a sequel came out to a movie, it was seen as like a failure, almost. That people were making sequels. Like, it was kind of mocked. This was pre-franchise era. Which was some, honestly, amazing rebranding by the studios to come up with that. To call it a franchise, and then everybody goes like, oh, it's not just a sequel, it's a franchise. Oh, that's okay. Because it used to be like mocked. Can't remember what you can trade the paid for. You can get Saliwas. That's it. New Alien movie? There's a new Alien movie? I remember when Alien 3 came out, I was so excited. And then I saw it. I was incredibly sad. I was incredibly sad. Disappointment heaped on disappointment. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a reasonable setup. But something went badly wrong. I mean, the biggest problem, right out of the gate, is that all the fans of Aliens were now told, oh, by the way, those characters you cared about in the second film, they died. Yeah, you didn't see it. It happened off screen. They died. So it's like, oh. Okay. Also, all that CGI. So much CGI. It's just dreadful. If you look at the CGI for that, the alien in that, it is so bad. I don't even know what X-ray room is.
Come on in, we're gonna talk about it.
Stacy, you fucking mug! I hated Nope. Very modern filmmaker film. The way they make movies these days, it was very like that. Oh, stuff just happens and you just kind of, you know, it doesn't always have to mean anything. What was the whole point of the chimpanzee bit? What was that about? How did it relate to anything that happened in the film? We introduced a character, revealed his entire backstory, and then he just got eaten. Oh, he got eaten. It's alright, but what was the point of all that then? Why was that character in the film? Why did you go into so much detail about that character, and then he's just gone? Didn't make sense to me. A lot of shots of people not fucking saying or doing anything. And we're just meant to sort of go, ah yes, this is filmmaking. It really, really bothers me. That was alarming. I mean, I watched it because I was on a plane. So I was like, what else am I gonna do, you know? But I just felt like so many films these days, it seems like we're just meant to accept that an awful lot of the time we're not gonna actually have a film where the story moves along so much as the director does basically whatever they want, takes as long as they like getting there, and it's just what is the point of this scene? Like, it's just basically fucking filling my eyes, but for what? Just didn't get it. Trying to tame an animal without actually understanding.
Cosmic Hillman just resubbed for 76 months. Did a practical exam last weekend. A woman's pretend boobest fell off during the breast exam and he got it by it.
Well done, Hoz. I guess that's what it copies. Do you not think if that's it, it's a little heavy-handed? It just felt so strange. Like the sequences with the alien, or whatever you want to call it, where they're being sucked up into its guts, felt so weird. It was just a very, very odd film. And not in a good way. I watched Anatomy of a Fall last night. That is a fucking great film. That is a fucking great film. The performances in that are ridiculous. They're so, so good. And yeah, I fucking loved it. I absolutely loved it. Who the fuck are these spark plugs for? Is it for this donkey motherfucker? Oh, I mean, I'm never fucking car batteries. You can suck my dick. I hated Poor Things so much. You wouldn't believe it. I went with Mrs. F. If I hadn't been like in the cinema with her, I would have left. After quite early on too. I knew I was going to hate this film after about 5 minutes. Just appalling. Poor Things. Everything Everywhere is great fun. I didn't understand. I had so many weird fucking takes from Poor Things. Thought it was, this is what happens when a director thinks that they are so clever and so brilliant that anything they do is just going to be amazing. Like the ego on the screen, it's all the directors. Like it's almost like it reminds, because I loved The Favourite. I thought that was brilliant, and The Great, the TV show, that was really, really good. Poor Things felt, you know the way Waititi's films later on, as his career's gone on, it's almost like they've decided that any idea that pops into their head is a good one, because you know, I'm very successful, but I thought it was shit. Really, really shit. The way it was, the camera work was annoying, the flicking between color and black and white for no fucking reason. Mark Ruffalo's character, why get Mark Ruffalo? He can't do an English accent. I couldn't understand what he was saying because of his shit accent. If you open a film and the main character is stomping about going, "What me do? What me want?" It's like, oh, okay, this is embarrassing. Like, embarrassing. Oh, I hated it. And if you can show a close-up of a scalpel going into someone, yeah, we should 100% show that close-up. That's important, isn't it? It's like a teenage gross-out movie, the level of fucking obsession getting in there and showing every day. It's gross. It's so gross. Like I was saying, Mark Ruffalo, I like Mark Ruffalo. Seems like a really nice guy. You know, likable guy. You need someone to play Mark Ruffalo. I know just the guy. His name is Mark Ruffalo. He's probably the best Mark Ruffalo out there. He's excellent at it. Really good at playing Mark Ruffalo. Can he do anything else? I don't think so. So I loved What We Do in the Shadows is a great movie. The TV show is great. I thought the earlier Thor movies were really fun. God, what else? I didn't like the Jojo Rabbit or whatever it is, the thing about Hitler. I thought that was fucking... It's just childish. You know, a lot of this stuff is just... Can you imagine if, like, Hitler was dancing? Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? It's just not... It's just all very shit. It's just shit. I just think it's so bland. What We Do in the Shadows is genuinely great, though. Love and Thunder was dreadful. Absolutely fucking dreadful. Thor Love and Thunder was appalling. Next Goal Wins I am looking forward to, though. That seems more like it. His film about the Samoa football team seems to be a lot of punching down. People have talked about Salt, but I haven't watched it yet. It's just shit. I just can't be bothered with these fucking films. They're all just fucking so annoying. There's so many shit movies out right now. And then there's also some really fucking good ones. But my god, some of the fucking stuff. I'm looking at like Netflix and stuff like that. I watched a whole bunch of movies. Like we were on Disney, Netflix, Prime. We watched stuff on Rakuten. I watch a lot of movies. And an awful lot of movies and TV shows are just shit. They're like over-directed. Every shot has to be some big fucking dramatic swooping thing. It's like, it's almost like every fucking film and TV show, they want you to be on some roller coaster ride. Oh, look at my camera work. Oh, fuck off. TJ Hooker tells a great story simply. Be more like TJ Hooker. Actually, don't be anything like TJ Hooker. There needs to be a middle ground. I don't have a preferred decade. Good films come in waves. You'll have periods where there's just a ton of good movies. Like there are like 7 or 8 films that I really want to see. I haven't been disappointed so far by quite a few of the films I've seen lately, but a lot of films people are wetting themselves about. I was like, what the fuck are you guys on about?
Nice jump, Alistair.
Natalie Ren just resubbed for 24 months.
Film I watched, not last year, I guess it was the year before, Coda. About the girl whose family is deaf and she's like a musician. That is a beautiful film. That is a beautiful film. Tenet wasn't great. It was alright. I thought Oppenheimer was good. But I haven't had a real urge to watch it again.
Nice jump, Alistair.
I probably will.
Defender 4 who just resubbed for 49 months.
I just think too many of these films are too focused on some memey or hilarious or shareable moment. Some screenshot that will be like, get people going, oh, there's nothing in Coda that you could show people where they would be like, that looks fascinating. It's just a story about a family. Why isn't that enough? Better second time around? Fair. I mean, I found that with Tenet. First time around, I was like, oh man, I didn't really enjoy that. Look at the heat. You can see the heat coming off my SMG. That's pretty sick. I mean, I guess the politics was kind of important about Oppenheimer because it's quite a big decision to drop a bomb on people. My issue was that with Oppenheimer was, first of all, it's so fucking long. Like, Poor Things was over 2 hours long. Didn't need to be. It didn't need to be. Even Anatomy of a Fall, which I watched last night, very long film. Very long film. Oppenheimer was over 3 hours long. We've been here before. It was the 70s auteur era, where films were just allowed to get longer and longer and longer. Fuck me. I mean, we saw it in the IMAX. Christ alive. After 2 hours, my legs were killing me. It was just like, ugh, fuck, oh, and everybody sort of going, oh. They used to put an intermission in films that were that long. They've got to go back to that. But Lawrence of Arabia is a genuinely epic tale. And honestly, that is rare. The whole point was, this is an epic. It's gonna be long. But now, every director that's like a big name, how many hours of film can I get the audience to watch? I reckon they'll watch 18 years of film. 18 years. Give my fucking legs and arse a break, please. I just honestly, if you can't tell your fucking story in under 2 hours, it better be a really good story. And a lot of the time, it's just, it feels like this was not worth 2.5 hours. And you're sitting there and you kind of, you know, I hate to walk out on films and not give them a... I like to watch them until they're complete. I want to watch the whole movie. And I'm there watching this film, and it's just going on and on and on. It's like, fucking hell. And you look, and it's like, Jesus, there's still an hour left of this. It's just wankery. It's just, honestly, it's just directors wanking themselves off. They can just do whatever they want. They've got so much power that they're just walking around literally saying, I don't want to cut that. It's such a great moment. Is it uncuttable? Really? 100% you couldn't have cut that scene? I think you probably could have. I went to an Everyman cinema in Isha. It was great. Really, really fantastic. Recommend it. Beautiful sofas. Yeah, Mad Max was fucking great. You'd rather the director made a film that was 3 hours long than the studio butchers it. It doesn't have to be about studio butchering it or director running wild. The point is, you don't need half the shit that's in that film. Like, you don't need it. It just becomes flaccid. Like, you cannot be watching a film for 3 hours and really have that amazing a grasp of everything that happened. How much of that detail is actually necessary to the story? How much of it is worth telling? How much of it adds anything? And how much of it is just, I want to have this scene because me, who's making the film and understands every detail of it, feels like this is actually quite important. But are the audience going to think it's important? Is it actually going to make a difference to the audience? I don't know. Like, you don't want the studio having final cut. You want the director having final cut. But I just think if you were... Look at Memento, right? One of Nolan's first films. Memento is a great film. There's nothing in that film where you think, this whole middle hour is kind of flaccid. This is a really good type film. Great story, great setup, great premise. Fantastic movie. And... you can watch it again and you notice extra details and you're like, oh man, that is brilliant. And knowing what you know, watching it back a second time is also fun. It's a great film. It's not 3 hours long. Arrival, that's a fucking great movie. How long is Arrival? I bet it's like 2 hours long. It's not even to 116 minutes. Arrival, really good movie. Great movie. No wasted scene. Good type film. Genuinely jaw-dropping climax. Loved it. I think Interstellar was honestly, I when I watched Interstellar, I didn't feel like it was flaccid at all. I really felt like the epic nature of it lent itself to that. And I rewatch it now and I'm always amazed at how good that film is and how well it holds up. I loved it. It's just a real fantastic straight up sci-fi movie. Not hard sci-fi, you know, just a good enjoyable sci-fi flick. Loved Interstellar. I think that's probably Nolan's best. Everything about it. So epic. It felt like a story that needed that time. Too much of Oppenheimer, for its 3-hour runtime, was people in offices talking. So much of it was people sitting in offices talking. And after a while, it's like, geez, how much fucking talking? I'm not saying I just want action, but that's a lot of talking. And I'm not sure all of it is particularly interesting. Like, yes, the meeting at the end where they're all sort of deciding, you know, did he do the right thing? Did he do the wrong thing? Whatever. Did he tell the Russians this, or is he a spy? That went on for fucking ever. That was like a whole hour. It's just too much. It's just too much. Actually, let's take the old shrim. Have I got a shrim knocking about? You bet your ass. Let's have a look at like films that came out in 2023 that I really liked. Didn't see The Shepherd, didn't see Rebel Moon. Creator wasn't meant to be good, didn't see that. Equalizer 3, got no interest. No One Will Save You, didn't see that. Tetris, I thought was alright. 65, that Adam Driver movie, fucking appalling. Napoleon, the more stuff I see about it, the less interested I am in seeing it. The Kitchen, never heard of it. Air, the thing about Air Jordans, it was alright. It was alright. Killers of the Flower Moon, I haven't seen yet. Me and Mrs. F are like, fuck me, it's another 3-hour Scorsese movie. We'll wait a bit. Hypnotic, Ben Affleck, that's a pass from me. Blackberry, boring and fucking shit. Dumb Money, I started watching, I haven't finished it yet. The new Expendables movie, who cares? Aquaman, who gives a shit? Leave the World Behind, haven't seen that. Wonka, apparently it's good, haven't seen it. Knock at the Cabin, M. Night Shyamalan, fucking horrific. Renfield, I haven't seen. The Killer, really boring. I thought it was fucking boring. Saltburn, I haven't seen. Might not watch it, we'll see. Indiana Jones, actually quite enjoyed it, even though it was shit. For some reason, I quite enjoyed it. Like, it was weird. I was like, oh no, actually, this isn't too bad. Asteroid City, I love Wes Anderson. I thought Asteroid City was one of his worst. I thought it was really disappointing. There was no need to make it a film within a film, or a play within a film, or whatever. There was no need. I didn't like that at all. Cobweb, I haven't seen. Mission Impossible, the new Mission Impossible was alright. The Marvels, no interest in seeing it. The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar, the name alone means I'll never see it. Hunger Games, who gives a shit? Family Plan, don't care. Gran Turismo, don't care. Nowhere, don't know, never heard of it. Maestro, didn't see it. Inside, with Willem Dafoe, didn't see it. Anatomy of a Fall, fantastic. Infinity Pool looks like kind of a horror, no interest. Dungeons & Dragons, I quite enjoyed that. That was a good action movie. One Life, didn't see it. Haunting in Venice, Mrs. F said it was alright. Evil Dead Rise, don't need a new Evil Dead movie, really. Fool's Paradise, never heard of it. Nicolas Cage's The Old Way, never heard of it. Cocaine Bear, no interest. Ghosted, no thanks. Extraction 2, no thanks. The Jester, nah, you're right. Yeah, a lot of these looked kind of shit. Good God, so much shit. I mean, this was off the back of the writer's strike, wasn't it? So it was kind of tough. A lot of shit got lost. I'll watch Cocaine Bear. I'm just saying, I didn't want to rush out and see it. Like, you know exactly what it's going to be, right? You know exactly what it's going to be. I'll watch it on a plane or something. I'm not going to, like, rent the fucking thing. Yeah, I have no intention of seeing Argyle. Isn't that by the guy that did The Kingsman and it's basically just the same fucking story as The Kingsman? That's certainly what it seemed like. That sounds like Gluha. That's him. We got Glue Sniffer. The source material for The Kingsman? Back of a fucking napkin. is. And yes, before you say it, I know I left my rig behind. See, this looks like a player. But it's not. It is kicking right off. So I did enjoy Masters of the Air. It's very exciting. And it's shot very nicely and everything. But I'll be honest with you, I don't give a shit about any of the fucking characters. I feel like it's going to be very, very hard for them to top Band of Brothers. Because you got attached to the characters, you got to see them relaxing and being friends, you got to know them. You saw them go from learning the ropes, getting to know each other, building that esprit de corps and everything, straight into, you know, getting dropped, the drama of it. And when people died, you felt, oh shit, oh that sucks. But the characters were good. And I still, like, I knew all of them. I feel like Masters of the Air, who are these guys? The only one I know is Croz. That's the only name. And several people have seemed to be called Buck or Bucky. Also, I don't think that... Is Spielberg the one who directed it? I can't remember if it was Spielberg or someone else. I know he's involved. And Tom Hanks is involved. I don't think these lads have been on a night out in such a long time, if ever. I don't think they know what people are like on a night out. When was the last time you went on a night out with your mates and all you did was go, ah! Ah! For like hours? Who does that? Like maybe at 5 a.m. in the club. But that's all they ever do in a night out is just yelling, ah! Ah! And someone will stand up and like go, way! And everyone's like, ha 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 ha! Like, oh, this is what you think a night out is like. It's just shit. And also, you know what the worst part is? Is that's bad and all? Okay, now. Now, was there another one? I don't know if he had a mate or not. Might be a bad friend, you never know. My goodness. Oh, I don't like this scope. Congratulations, Deliberate BW.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Riag just resubbed for 2 months. I remember watching you play Alan Wake, Moebius and all those games. Recently started watching your streams. Feels good to be back.
Thank you. I have one request when we're ratting down D2. Please don't resubscribe or subscribe with a big message, because I often need to listen for the enemies, and your jibber jabber is going to get me killed. Oh. Distant gunfire. People dying. I don't think the light is on. Damn. The fucking switch isn't on, bro.
Nice jump, Alistair.
The Grumpy Bob just resubbed for 74 months.
Thank you. They told me that at a dinner. Hoping for someone to hit that switch. Oh. Who was it who lost, like, second place on the leaderboard or something? 12k XP? Apparently you are the bot, sir. Domi Jew. Was that all headshots? God bless the shrim. Yeah, no, I think he did.
Nice
I told
jump,
him, like I
Alistair.
explained why I was
Prophet
there.
_of_, Scrufix just resubbed for 27 months. Patience is the highest virtue of the red.
Yes, it's exclamation mark ciders. I think you get a whisper, if I remember rightly. This is so shit the way it handles dragging money around. Really annoying. Actually, maybe we could put the RSAS in our thing. I thought I already had one. My gun rack was pretty nuts. I left the laser on one of these guns, so when I go in my hideout, it's just on all the time. What is that gun? Fuck me. Right. Hooker? Thrill me.
She's still breathing.
Get an ambulance!
Who couldn't miss? My car! My car! I just had that detailed.
How's Nicole? Any change?
Still unconscious, but her vitals are better. Doctors say her chances are good.
Thank God.
Did you get the rundown on Hanks?
Hired muscle. We know he was tied to Bender, but we have no proof that Bender put him on to Nicole or Jennifer.
Nothing that links him to the Ginelli murder? Any sign of that P7 9mm?
The feds finally came through with at least one tie to Bender. Charlie Ginelli used to work for Bender in a sleaze garment manufacturing outfit that was torched last year.
Suggests all kinds of motives, but still no proof.
So it's up to me to keep pushing.
The first stop is right here, with the medical staff. Nicola's hanging by a thread, right?
Oh, I remembered this the other day. This is from Mork and Mindy.
Arnold Wanker doesn't seem to understand we have another 2 years left on our lease.
If Arnold Wanker can kick us out, he...
Arnold Wanker is trying to freeze us out. Dad was just telling me what a rotten kid Arnold Wanker used to be.
All right. Where's your father?
In 1 minute, Mr. Wanker, I happen to be helping a customer. Mr. Wanker, you are an absolute... Mr. Wanker, you have been evicting people and screaming at people and being nasty. Do you hear me, Mr. Wanker? Whoa. Try to take it easy, Mrs. Wanker.
Arnold Wanker was one in a million.
We are supposed to pick up one Arnold Winker deceased. That's Arnold Winker deceased. Only I'm not deceased. I'm alive.
I loved Mork and Mindy when I was a kid. Oh my god, that coat scared the shit out of me. You know, the funny thing is, Robin Williams, I know, I really, everybody loves Robin Williams, right? Like, he's a very sweet guy, and people liked him. Have you ever watched his stand-up? It's kind of embarrassing. It's really very basic stuff. Very obvious. It's just high energy. People go on about him as this great comedian. I think he was a much better actor than he was comedian. I watched a lot of his films when I was younger. World According to Garp. I really liked that movie. Uh-oh. What do we got? The arch. If we can get the key, we might conceivably be able to get out of here, but I think someone's already yoinked it. Well, his stand-up was... A Noah has been here. I mean, you could say, like, for its time, it was good, but there's no craft to his stand-up. It's just free association, which is, you know, he entertained people with it, but I don't look back at any of his routines and think, what a legendary routine, because it hasn't been written. It's just him saying crazy shit off the top of his head. And I guess that's impressive, but at the same time, is it good? I didn't think so. I never really liked his comedy. But, like, you put him in a film, he's a very empathetic guy, very sympathetic. He could immediately make you empathize with his character, and I think he was a really good actor. I loved him as Mork because I was a kid. When I watch it now, I just think, geez, this is just him going, oh, hello, oh, like the most obvious thing. It's almost like it's comedy by volume rather than like actually being clever and well written. That's how it felt to me. Someone's already had the key! No stand-up routine is just made up on the spot. Well, not a proper stand-up routine. But you'd put him on something like a talk show, and he would just go off one, and people are like, oh my god, Robin Williams is so funny. But it's like, it's all very obvious, because of course, I mean, it is essentially the speed of thought and the volume of comedy, and his performance is what makes people laugh, but it's not like clever and memorable comedy. I don't think. Think about someone like Richard Pryor. Same era, and they both did a hell of a lot of drugs. His comedy was very studied, very written. And that's why it was so good, and that's why it stands up. Stuart Lee's my favourite. I've seen him live. I reckon it must be about 8 or 9 times at this point, maybe even more. And he's amazing. He continually surprises me. Has an expert grasp of how to fuck with an audience in a good way. If you read his books, he's written quite a few books where it's a transcript of his comedy routine with notes. And if you're interested in comedy at all, and stand-up comedians, which I always have been, it's a really, really good read. Also, he's like a real comedy historian, you know? Like, he's really a student of comedy as much as he is a comedian. He's always talking about these great comedians that he's seen and why he loved them so much and what makes some comedians, in his opinion, so bad. What it is about their comedy. It's not just him being like spiteful or jealous or anything like that. It's about the soul of those comedians' sort of routines. Or lack of. What is my man doing? He's just sliding. Dave Chappelle back in the day was amazing. Now I think he's awful. I think he's completely forgotten how to write good comedy. I mean, look, I know that a lot of what that he says is just straight up bait, and just him like Gervais has gone down this route as well. It's not. If what they were saying was an astute and funny observation, even if it upset people, which comedy often does, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it, although I think punching down is still pretty fucking shitty, and the moment a comedian goes down that route, I kind of lose any respect for them. There are still funny observations to make about important topics. Like, you really should be able to have something funny to say about stuff, even things that you think, oh wow, he's joking about that. But if it's funny and it's astute and it makes a good point and it makes you think, I genuinely think that is still a place. Comedy still has a place for that. But if you look at a hugely successful man being paid a fortune and walking out and challenging, you know, not in a clever way. It's just lazy. I think that's on top of it being like I the whole offensive thing that doesn't bother me. Like I realize I'm not the one being made fun of, but comedians offending people is I don't have a problem with it. Like, you can't say that being offensive is the problem, because someone should generally be offended a lot of the time. If the argument is I'm offended, then anybody can essentially make that same argument, right? They could say, well, I'm offended. So, well, then we can't offend anybody. So then what does comedy become? But it's not about being offensive. It's about who you're offending and how lazily you're doing it. That's the shit part for me. It's just bone idle writing. It's not clever. There's no actual jokes. He's not making a point. His whole point is, I'm going to offend people. And that in itself is not comedy. That's quite American sort of shock comic and those shock DJ types. I was just like, this is, I mean, I know people are going to have a problem with it from a sort of, you know, from a political point of view. But this is also just lazy. Which is unforgivable for a comedian of his standard, I think. I mean, if you look at the Chappelle Show, that was incredible. That was so ahead of its time. And really, if you look at something like Saturday Night Live, they never make jokes that are as edgy and as clever and as... They play it safe all the time, right? And it's to the point where you're sort of like, geez, I wonder if they're going to fucking make the most obvious joke possible about Donald Trump this episode. It's like, they're not being particularly clever. And I know why. I mean, they've got to write that show in no time. Whatever, fair enough. But it's just... The new Chappelle stuff, I just think, Christ, this is lazy. But he was great. He was great back when he was really going.
Hey, Stace. When we get this wrapped, you and I have to have a long talk.
Okay. But sometimes I don't understand where you're coming from.
The Chris Rock thing, I think what's funny to me is that when Ricky Gervais goes to the Golden Globes and flames everybody and says pretty outrageous stuff to their faces, insulting the whole of Hollywood and all these hugely successful people, people aren't punching him, although sometimes I wish they would. I wish James Corden had got punched. That would have been great. I might have actually backed Will Smith there. But Will Smith's reaction was so ridiculous. The joke wasn't a good joke. It's not like people laughed. The worst thing he could have done was sit there in total silence. And everybody just sits in total silence. Because nobody laughed. It was a shit joke. Let the joke die. The comedian suffers much more that way. Instead, Chris Rock comes back and gets a whole Netflix special, and loads of people watch it because they want to see what he says about the Will Smith thing. And honestly, Will Smith looked a complete cunt. I name a good Will Smith movie. Like, really good. Independence Day.
Digbitate Morter
Men in Black.
Subbed for 45 months. Independence Day.
First Men in Black was excellent. Pursuit of Happiness wasn't great. Why do you think Enemy of the State was terrible? Men in Black 1 was really good. Great setting. He was perfect for the role. You know he was going to be Neo in The Matrix, right? Like, you know that. That he was going to be Neo. I Am Legend was dreadful. Dreadful. I'm not saying you can't enjoy Independence Day. Alright? Enjoy away. But it's not a good movie. If you've read the book I Am Legend and you watch the movie I Am Legend, all they did was have a guy alone in the apocalypse. That's it. The whole point of the book, and it's not a long book, it's a really tense book. I read it in one sitting. I was absolutely fucking gripped. If you haven't read the I Am Legend book, it's really, really good. I'm going to spoil it a bit for chat. The book is... This guy is the last sort of human that he knows of. And everyone is basically turned into a vampire. And during the day, he goes around and stakes them to death in their beds. And the most... If it gets to nighttime and he's outside, he's basically fucked. And at night, all the vampires camp outside his house because they know he's in there. Oh, muted? They know he's in there, so they camp outside his house. And some of them are kind of animals. They're just like... almost like zombies, but they're vampires, whatever. And while he's in there, you know, his next-door neighbor's being like, Robert, come outside. Like, that's all his neighbor can say. He's completely forgotten how to say anything else. He's just like a shell. And he's stuck there in his house. And during the day, when all the zombies, the vampires are sleeping, he comes out, drives around, goes into houses, stabs them to death in their beds, trying to kill the vampires. And there's one moment where he checks his watch, it's 3 o'clock, he's like, I've still got a bit of time. And then he's going around doing stuff, he checks his watch, he sees that it's 3 o'clock, and he goes, I've still got a bit of time, and he's like, 3 o'clock? And he realizes his watch has stopped. And my heart was in my throat. It was such an amazing moment in the book. It was nothing like that in I Am Legend. There was no moment of tension that compared to that. And then at the end, he's captured by the vampires. And they take him and they bring him out on into this square. And they're going to execute him in front of everybody. And there's like the smart zombies who take this injection that basically makes them almost human. They're like thinking. They describe his crimes to him and he realizes that he has become the evil for society. The society's changed. And he's now the monster. He thought of himself as this human fighting these monsters, but he's realized that they're building a new society that he's not a part of. And he realizes that he's the monster, that he is the legend. He's the boogeyman. And it's incredible. And that's how the fucking book ends. And I was just like... And then I saw they were making it into a film. And I watched the film, and if you've read the book and seen that amazing, brilliant storyline, you then see this film, which is shit. Crusader, are you simple, dude? Like, how hard is it? People were literally saying, I don't want to hear any spoilers, and you're literally typing out fucking spoilers. I just feel like if you're going to have your main character as Will Smith, you better let him be Will Smith. Because if he has to act, he just puts on that one expression. He's sort of like, this is serious. And he just has that expression. He can't act. The Omega Man was the other one, yeah. Anyway, spoilers over. Announce spoilers over. I know, Zombie, I know. Like, people watched Fresh Prince. I think they just wanted a star. And I mean, he was a big movie star for a while. He was in fucking everything. But he can't act. He's not an actor. I think a lot of people that grew up with Fresh Prince, like me, I liked Fresh Prince because it was like a sitcom on TV, and we'd watch anything, especially anything American. In the 80s and 90s, if it was American in the UK, you watched it. Because it was so exciting. Watch an American TV show. You know, it seemed like this promised land. And we didn't have everything that was on in America. Like, now, if it's on in America, it'll be on over here, pretty much. Yeah, he's just a cocky, wisecracking dude. That's his whole thing. Where do you live, Zombie? Doctor Who, Are You Being Served, Father Ted? I mean, it seems kind of like... It's like the way I used to feel about football. In the 90s, there was no way to watch Serie A other than the one game they'd show on a Sunday on Channel 4. Or like Spanish football, you know? And then when David Beckham went to Real Madrid, suddenly everybody wants to watch Spanish football to see how Bex does, you know? Because I think at that point, the Premier League, we were still sort of... I mean, especially in the 90s, we were way behind Serie A in terms of, like, the quality, the tactics. All the best players in the world played in Serie A in the 90s. All the best. And, like, Barcelona was, like, on the up. But this was, like, the pre-Messi era, you know? But I mean, Spanish football was kind of a joke. French football as well. You know, there was no PSG. French football was good, but it was like the French national team was great, but all the French players immediately left Ligue 1. Sorry, Uber Eats Ligue 1. What book's that, Stretch? I don't want to have to scroll up. You're too gay for the sports talk? Well, we could talk about something else. The Papa John's Cup. I do love when they have to name the cup after the sponsor. It feels so shitty. World War Z was terrible. I didn't like the book. None of the dialogue felt like real people talking. It felt like some guy who had some great ideas for what it would be like in a zombie apocalypse, but couldn't write dialogue. That's what it felt like. What is Carabao? I've never heard of it other than the cup. Energy drink, yeah, energy drink. I can't say I've ever seen it in a shop. Yes, it is written by Mel Brooks' son. I've got it somewhere. So Dune took me... I read it when I was about 16, 17 maybe? I started reading it when I was about 15 and I was like, fuck me. Like when you saw the Chome Company contracts, the Combine Onit Ober Advancer Mercantile Company, I was like, what the fuck is this? I had no idea. Couldn't follow it. And there's the Index was even more mystifying. I just couldn't accept, you know, there are some things you just read and they'll explain themselves as it goes along. But I loved it. I must have read it like 5 or 6 times. Dune's great. The movie's really good. The problem is it was written in like the 60s, right? So there's a few things, like I think that, if I remember rightly, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen is fairly unabashedly written as the evil gay man stereotype. He's kind of camp and stuff, you know what I mean? And in a way we feel like kind of uncomfortable with it. We're sort of like, why have they made him like this evil gay dude? I mean, I think it's good that the bad guy can basically be anyone. The bad guy doesn't just have to be some white dude, right? That's how you stank 'em. Boy, it's heavy. Let's see what he had. He might have had a car battery, judging by the weight. I thought the Dune movie was really good. I really enjoyed it. I was a massive fan of the Lynch version. I know it gets a lot of flack. I know people don't like it. I fucking love it. To me, it's a cult classic. And all the actors that are in it are amazing. And a lot of them go on to be in pretty much every fucking, David Lynch thing. That's all he got all his lads in, sort of thing. But I thought it was brilliant. The soundtrack for it is really good. The effects for the time were really good. But for me, the sets, the costumes, the little additions to the characters, I thought were brilliant. Bosh. What the hell is this? It's a pretty spicy looking hat. God, we got a lot of shit we need to sell here. Alright, so let's give her that fucking tank battery first of all. Ugh. Fuck off, I don't like the ump anyway. Goodbye. Goodbye. Fence, my boy. Would you like to buy... I've got a whole bunch of crap to sell you. Would you like to buy... Who will buy my wonderful oysters? Something like that. You didn't like it, Rat Weasel? That's a shame. I really loved it. I really thought it was a very good movie. Stacking up relax keys, baby. It's what we live for. Why do you have so much ammo on him? Buckaroo Banzai? That's pretty terrible. No, I think don't know if, honestly, the problem with Dune, I don't think the problem was that they just want non-stop action. I don't think it was that. I think the problem it had was that if you don't know anything about Dune and you've been to see Star Wars, you're kind of expecting Star Wars. You're not expecting Dune, which is a completely different kind of film. I think that didn't help. I also feel like, you know, it was competing with the Star Trek movies, and obviously, you know, people were still fucking hype about Star Wars and everything. And then along comes Dune, directed by David Lynch. Weird choice of director. I was delighted, because I want to see David Lynch's version of sci-fi. I want to see what a crazy, out there director who will blow your brain. I want to see what he thinks about sci-fi. I'd love to see him do pretty much anything. But most people don't. Most people don't want to see weird shit like David Lynch's take on Dune. I mean, I like the stuff they added. The whole and they blow stuff up with the power of, you know, certain thoughts have a certain sound. You know, all that stuff. I loved that. Even though it wasn't in the book, I was like, this is hype as fuck. People are using their brains to blow people up. This is exciting. But your general public is going to be like, what? So I just don't think it didn't translate. And then, of course, it was a pretty long movie as it is, but they kind of have to gloss over quite a lot of it. Paul and Chani's love grew, you know, and they basically had the whole section that I think the next movie is going to have a lot more of them actually fighting against the Harkonnen, seeing the Fremen rise and become this battle force. All we get in the Lynch version is he drinks the water, like he drinks the water of life, becomes the Kwisatz Haderach. Jessica drinks the water of life, gives birth to Alia, his sister, premature, but what she's got all the memories of like a Bene Gesserit witch. She's like, you know, got all the powers, everything, but she's like 5 years old. And like he leads the Fremen taking out the Harkonnen, blowing shit up, meets Gurney Halleck, he joins them, and then it's like they ride in on a bunch of sandworms and kill everything. So I honestly, and I'll be honest with you, I thought it was a lot of fun. And I liked the fact that we got to see more of characters like Gurney Halleck in that film. We got to see more of Thufir Hawat. We got to see more of Peter de Vries. There was more of the Baron. There was more of Feyd-Rautha. I felt like the new one, Dr. Yui, had like hardly any scenes, and then he's this really pivotal character. His betrayal of the Duke. I felt that we didn't see enough of him. I'm glad they put the meeting in where Stilgar comes and meets the Duke. We saw more of Duncan Idaho, which was good because you hardly saw him in the Lynch cut. I thought Thufir Hawat, the Mentat, you know, where he rolls his eyes back to calculate stuff. I want to see more of him. He's a really good character. And in the book, he's super suspicious of Jessica. Pretty sure she's a Harkonnen spy. Like, I think he even tries to have her killed. There's a lot more intrigue in the book that they kind of didn't have much of at all in the film, which is, you know, it is what it is. They've got to make a movie in a certain time frame, and it needs to be a certain length, etc. I get it. But splitting it to two films, I think, was the right call. Got rather a lot of hats. See, now it's definitely tucked a wallet somewhere. Yeah, it always fucking does this. Excuse me. Alright, I'm going to sell these Contact 4s. We never fucking wear them because they're good. I'm going to sell 2 of these night vision goggles because we're never using them. And I'm going to sell these masks. If it's sat in my inventory for that long and we're not using it, there's probably a good reason for it. Really? No one wants to buy it? Oh, Skier will buy them. Alright, there we go. Job done. One boy for sale. He's going cheap. Only 7 guineas, that or thereabouts. We never wear them because they're good. Exactly. Why would I wear it? Why would I wear it? I'm just gonna die. Well, there's no point. If you're vulnerable, you know, you feel vulnerable. You go into the raid, and everyone's like, "See, you should use your best stuff." Period. Oh, hello. Boink. Everyone's like, "You should use your best stuff." Period. Really? Why? Because you know you'll get kills. You're more likely to survive. I disagree. I disagree. I'm at my best when I know these shots have to count because I'm going to lose any follow-up fight.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Rami 1114 just resubbed for 34 months. Happy Monday.
34. That's 34 months, I believe. Oh, bene. My Italian counting is coming along. Oliver, now there's a good fucking movie. There's a good fucking movie. I would not say he isn't very greedy. I dare not, I'd be telling you a tale. The Danish have the worst counting system in the world? Really? What's so bad about it?
And I thought Hooker was tough as my training officer, but you...
Sometimes I don't know where I'm coming from myself. Just be careful, huh? And we'll talk.
This is an exact reflection of our stores. Young, exciting, sexy. Give me a triple order and a full spread of sizes,
Don't pass on this one, Peter. It looks really special on blondes.
Oh my. Does anyone hear what this song is a homage to? It's so funny how we don't talk anymore. Just listen to this. Oh, it does it. It does this.
Young, exciting, sexy.
This bit. Wait.
Give me a triple order and a full spread of sizes.
Don't pass on this one, Peter. It looks really special on blondes.
It's so funny how we don't talk anymore.
You know, Stacy's got a tough enough job to do out there without you laying more pressure on her.
He hates
Hey,
women.
Romano.
Corrigan hates
Why don't you just
women.
let me handle Stacy and you worry about what your senior partner thinks of your work?
Pulling rank. What, do those two stripes give you the privilege to abuse people?
Hey, listen.
Hey, knock it off. What's the matter with you?
I don't know. Ask him.
I don't need Romano second guessing what the hell's going down in my car.
Maybe it's time to face the possibilities that what's eating you isn't Stacy. What was her name? Teresa? It was in your background investigation when you transferred in from San Francisco.
All right, it did enter my mind. I let my faith and sympathy for Teresa get in the way of good common street sense. Stacy did the same thing with Jennifer Carson, and she's got to learn.
Good common street sense. You know, like Corrigan's got. Jesus. These aren't worth that much, are they, the filters? I think like 150, something like that. Can we get a price check on FP100? I think let's try it. Price FP. Yeah, 100. You know what? No one's going to notice that. Lamau. This is not the way. Man, I am not seeing it. Might be behind the door. Might be in here. Shit. It might be behind the locked door. Where did you think it was? Ugh. Wait. The door at the end's open. Damn it, someone's been in here and yoinked it. That's what's happened. Wow, they ran straight in for here. That's impressive. Well played, sirs. The table with the pizza box? Yeah, it was an Amelia. There's an Amelia back here too. See?
Негодяй! Гад, иди сюда, ты говно, жопа!
Can you get in here? Huh. Probably a pigeon somewhere making noise. We got pigeons that live near us, like wood pigeons. They never shut up. I like them though, so I don't mind. What's my man looking at up there? I don't think I've had wood pigeon. Maybe I have. Maybe I had it in France. I think I have had pigeon. It is funny how people get squeamish about certain meat. Like, pigeon? Oh! So he didn't give a shit about the chicken you ate? Little Le Petit Poussin? Or something as delicious as this, like, you know, the pheasant is quite small, of course. The poussin, le poussin, c'est magnifique. C'est magnifique. C'est magnifique. It is a little dry, perhaps, but you might just be cooking it badly. You are English, after all, so, you know. I don't know. Pidgeys tried to fly in my window quite often. They turn up and they stick their heads in. They're like, alright, can I, come in? Rather you didn't. Oh, fair enough. And then they leave. We had Poussin the other week. It was like a Sunday roast. We love to do a Sunday roast. The kids love a Sunday roast. Not being funny, they love my Sunday roast. Best of all. I learned everything I know about cooking from Mrs. F. And then I feel much like Darth Vader and the Emperor. I have surpassed her. You know, I threw her off a big gangplank when she was shooting electricity out of her arms. Funny story, but yeah, it was exactly like that. And now I know I'm not a better cook. I know that she's really, really good, but she doubts herself. And I don't doubt myself. I am perhaps overconfident.
Но начало дня уже неплохое.
I mean, honestly, I think my dog could cook better than my mum. God bless her. She was not a good cook. That was one of the first conversations I had with my dad where I really actually felt some kinship with him. We kind of joked about my mum's cooking. And I was like, oh, yeah, of course, you were married to her. You had to live with it. It was funny. But, you know, I mean, when I was younger, we just didn't have any money. It's hard to cook well very cheaply when you're also working. So she'd work, come home. She didn't want to fucking cook. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. I wouldn't say I'm overconfident. But, for example, as any fans of the stream will know, I'm a big Jacques Pepin follower when it comes to simple techniques. I will show you guys this again. This is how I do my fried eggs now. You might think, how no one can teach me how to cook a fried egg. You would be wrong. Let me see if I can find the Jacques Pepin fried egg. Why have we done it this way? What's that? Here we go.
There's a way of doing it. I mean, my way of doing it, not everyone's way, but mine. So, a tablespoon of butter.
Butter.
2 eggs. Or you break the egg on something flat like this, up to open your egg. Otherwise, when you do it on something pointed like this, it push
Master Shake Super Cup just resubbed for 37 months.
Thank you very much. We'll try to listen to Jacques Pepin. Is this him saying I'm cooking from Alright, let's listen.
Hi, I'm Chef Jacques Pepin, and this is American Master.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Alec Drew 89 just resubbed for 30 months.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can listen or not. We're trying to listen to Jacques Pepin. Your sub message is the least interesting part of this video. Just wait. So,
egg on something flat like this, up to open your egg. Otherwise, when you do it on something pointed like this, it push the shell inside, often break the yolk and introduce bacteria. So something flat this way. Okay. So the idea here is to do it at relatively low temperature, which is not exactly what you do in a cafeteria, because cooking it at low temperature will give you an egg with very tender egg white. And that was the idea when I was a kid. You were taught how to do it, so it was very tender, the white, no crustiness around, and cooking slowly this way. So it's very tender. So just melt the butter.
The butter.
A couple of eggs will go in there. A dash of salt on top of it. The rest of the seasoning will come later. And here, now I'm going to reduce the heat to very low. And I want to cover it. I want to glaze the top of the egg. What we call off miroir, a mirror, you know, is glass on top. Sometimes to help a little bit on that, what I do, I put like a teaspoon of water around. Not much, but that...
This is the only way I do them now.
That creates a steam, a little bit of steam, and it will glaze the top.
Very good, man.
That will take about 2 minutes. It's about ready, of course. I like my eggs, you know, runny in the center. Of course, you can leave them longer if you don't want
longer.
But as you can see here, the whole top is glazed. Now, and it cooked very gently. Whoop, this way. And that will go onto my plate. This way.
And the butter adds like a sauce over the top.
Crack paper on top.
This is how I do them now. It's the only way I do them. It is
Again,
so good.
Of this, maybe
some chives.
A few chives too.
Chives.
And here is the way I like my eggs. So you can see here that that thing is still very runny. This is thick, but that egg white here is going to be very, very tender.
It's so tender and it's so flavorful.
And the center here.
Look at that.
Be this way.
Oh,
just the way I like it.
That is just the way I like them too, Chef Jacques.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Merci beaucoup.
Golden Mackerel just resubbed for 6 months. Is this a good time to sub?
This is the perfect time to sub. That's the perfect time to sub. Thank you so much. Because we're all watching the Jacques Pepin. We're all watching the Jacques. We're all listening to the chef. We're listening. Let his knowledge and his wisdom and his skill wash over us, and hopefully we absorb some of the catch some drops of Jacques Pepin's knowledge as it spills from his mouth, a tiny knowledge spittle, and then comes in, just fucking kills the vibe.
Stacy made a judgment call, just like you did.
Yeah, Teresa never did intend to get me any information on the people behind her outcall prostitution operation. I let her go on a lot of promises.
And that makes you responsible for the overdose that killed her?
Nice jump,
She shot up by
Alistair.
choice.
Mr. Till just resubbed for
Jennifer
21
decided to
months.
turn tricks.
Nothing wrong with a crispy egg from the greasy spoon.
Yeah, well, we've just seen what's better. Why don't you try
Kieran the
a
Wise
good egg?
Basso just resubbed for 36 months. And whatever you do, DONT resub during TJ Hooker.
TJ Hooker.
Their choice, not yours, not Stacy's.
And why do I feel responsible?
Because you're a putz.
Because you cared.
Oh, because you
I
care.
didn't know that, Jim. I'm sorry.
Shake hands, and that's the end of it.
Stacy cared too. And she kept on trying. Sometimes faith in people is all you have to go on. And you have to go with what's in your gut. You don't always win.
Hooker has Polanski to arraign, and we have a lady cop to keep an eye on. What do you say we get to it, pal?
It's just been a game from the start. Heartbreaker, you're tearing my life all apart.
Oh, whoa!
I thought I was special to you. I thought everything would work out fine.
Yes.
Guess I was just a fool. Now every time I turn around, I see you running every guy in town. You've broken all the rules.
Yes. That dude. Ah, shit. Worst spawn. The worst spawn. Can you still hear Pidgey? Chad doesn't come here anymore. This room sucks now. apparently. Peg it is a British term. It means to run. Interesting. I appear to have grenaded myself. That was the other side of a sandbag. Oh, he got me. Thank God. Jeez. Oh. Oh, I see. Level 43 in 17 days. It's pretty fucking crazy, no? No, you can't do that because it's not a true senile. This is his first wipe. And in 17 days and just 166 hours, he's level 43 and has 985 kills. That's a report.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Irish 451 just resubbed for 46 months. Flax bold.
Grazie. Well, 17 days means that's half the wipe, right? So halfway into the wipe. No, it was a grenade that got me. It was a grenade. It said F1 grenade. So yeah. That's pretty crazy. To do that many raids as well is kind of in that little time. Whatever. I got a scav run coming up. Back to Hooker. Let me just see if I've got any food.
They're playing around with my heart, heartbreaker. It's just been a game from the start.
There's a man with a mustache sitting at the front edge of the runway. He's the one Bender wanted me to save the big smile for at the last show.
Oh, great. I'll check him out. Listen, about the talk we're going to have.
Oh, I don't think we have to. I phoned Hooker about an hour ago. He told me what's been on your mind. Maybe we've both learned something.
Your date this evening?
Well, he's asked, but I haven't said yes yet.
Good. Because I think I found a more profitable way for you to spend the rest of the afternoon. How would you like to entertain my most valuable buyer until he leaves town? For cash. Lots of cash.
Well, why not? Just let me tell Jim I can't make it, and I'll change and get my stuff.
This dress is what we're selling. And your stuff doesn't match. I'll take charge of your things personally. See that you get them in the morning. Now, your date is waiting for you in a limousine out back.
Okay.
You look like you've just lost your best friend. Maybe a willing substitute would do?
I was supposed to get the name of the buyer who was sitting here for my bus. And the quicker I do that, the quicker I'm on my own time.
He's New York's own Peter Weston, my competition. Very big in the business. Not my type. Bizarre, you know. You, on the other hand.
I'll be right back. Don't go away. Where's Stacy?
I think you've been stood up in favor of business. Andre just put her in a white limo out back.
Stacy's been picked up. It might be our guy. He's supposed to be in a white limo. Did you see it?
Nothing. You don't have any idea where she was going?
No. She could be with a New York buyer named Peter Weston, described as bizarre. This 16 requesting a clear frequency for a crime broadcast.
A friend of Stacy's. Do you know anything about him?
Only that I'd take him off her hands any night of the week.
I bet you would.
I'll see you tomorrow.
And we've set up an area search for the limo. She's disappeared into thin air, Hooker.
All right, I'll get research going on limousine services and city hotels for Weston. You get an APB out on that white limo.
Roger, we're on it.
You know, you're very beautiful. And clothes do make a difference. But I suspect you look even more stunning without them. Hmm? Right by the pool. Convenient, isn't it?
Here, let me make you comfortable.
The closet is right there.
Adam 30 Academy Precinct reports your research request on Peter Weston indicates an individual of that name registered at the Pebble Sands Hotel, Bungalow 7.
30, roger. I'm rolling, code 3.
Inform 30 that Officer Sheridan is burned. Suspect Bender possibly en route to the same location. We're backing.
You know what I like? I like pretty girls who enjoy an adventure.
You don't want to hit me with that.
It's all part of the game, Stacy.
The same game you played with Jennifer Carson? You used that same belt on her, didn't you? And then you killed her.
No.
Yes. You shot her and then you dumped her body.
No. She was a lovely girl. I didn't. Who are you? What are you trying to do to me?
I'm a police officer, Mr. Weston. You're under arrest.
Jennifer was alive when she left here, and I swear I didn't want to hurt her. She was a lovely, sweet girl. Sometimes I lose control of myself. I just lose control. Help me, please. I need help.
I'll help you. But you have to help me.
That beautiful girl. And he said she just went away, went back home.
Who said? Bender? Tell me. It was Bender, wasn't it?
Yes. It was Bender, Stacy. But nobody except the three of us is ever going to know it. Jennifer, Nicole, Charlie Janelli. They were all a threat to me and everything I was trying to build, and now you.
P7 tells most of the story. Just never figured out the Janelli motive.
He was trying to shake me down for that fire I collected on to start my business out here. Now you know. You can both take it with you.
What are you saying?
I'm leaving the police with a remorseful sex offender and his last victim.
All right, Bender, drop it.
Get out of my way.
Holy shit! They're getting the drink. You're all washed up, Bender.
Got a minute?
Are you kidding? Come on in. You are the first friendly face I've seen around here. Everyone else in uniform wants to poke me or prod me.
No. You know what I like? I like pretty girls who enjoy an adventure.
You don't want to hit me with that.
It's all part of the game, Stacy.
The same game you played with Jennifer Carson? You used that same belt on her, didn't you? And then you killed her.
No.
Yes.
Nice
You shot her and then you dumped her body.
Hardcore Ginger just resubbed for 34 months.
Thank you. These are all available on the Internet Archive. A lot of shows are not. This is. I couldn't get Buck Rogers on there. Hill Street Blues is on there, which I'm working through in my own time. TJ Hooker, all of them. But there's a lot of shows that you just can't get. Couldn't get MacGyver on there, for example. I wanted to watch that too.
She was a lovely girl. I didn't. Who are you? What are you trying to do to me?
I'm a police officer, Mr. Weston. You're under arrest.
Jennifer was alive when she left here. And I swear I didn't want to hurt her. She was a lovely, sweet girl. Sometimes I just... sometimes I just get...
Carried away.
Myself. I just lose control. Help me. Please, I need help.
I'll help you. But you have to help me.
That beautiful girl. And he said she just went away, went back home.
Who said? Bender?
Excuse me?
Bender, wasn't it?
Yes. It was Bender, Stacy. But nobody except the three of us is ever going to know it. Jennifer, Nicole, Charlie Janelli. They were all a threat to me and everything I was trying to build, and now you.
P7 tells most of the story. Just never figured out the Janelli motive.
He was trying to shake me down for that fire I collected on to start my business out here. Now you know. You can both take it with you.
What are you saying?
I'm leaving the police with a remorseful sex offender and his last victim.
All right, Bender, drop it.
Get out of my way.
Hooker beats up elderly man.
Got a minute?
Are you kidding? Come on in. You are the first friendly face I've seen around here. Everyone else in uniform wants to poke me or prod me or take my temperature.
Well, I just happen to have someone
Heavens.
who's dying to make his first hospital visit. Want to see him?
Yes.
Come on in.
Boo! Children on TV, get them off. Boo! Boo!
Davey said he's going to look out for you from now on. Going to make his job easy?
Guaranteed, Hooker. It's guaranteed.
So do you think she's going to give up the life?
I think so. Of course, I do have a habit of being optimistic about people I like.
That's a good habit for a cop to keep, don't you think, Corrigan?
I can get behind that damn straight. We'll talk.
The fucking finishing lines, which are clearly meant to be kind of chucklesome, are fucking shit. It's Sherry's! Poodmund. It's Sherry's! Not cherries. Get your fucking hooker law right. This next one's called A Kind of Rage. I can relate to this one. Wow. That's how I'd like. He runs and then he's like. Hooker shot a kid. He was chasing some bad guys who were about to escape in a helicopter. He sees a kid playing on a construction site at like 2 in the morning. He sees his shadow. Sees the shadow of a gun. That's still the best moment in television history. Look at the airtime. Just look at this car go. Look at this. Wow! That is amazing. He sees the shadow of someone with a gun. He blammo! And then he's like, oh my god. The bad guys get away. He takes the kid to hospital. And the mother's like, you are villain, Mr. Hooker. You shoot my boy. And he's like, grabs her a little bit. A little bit of shaking. I'll make it up to you, damn it. It wasn't my fault. He's fine. By the end of the episode, he's having a go at the kid's brother, who's somehow into gangs. Never brought it up. They must have cut that scene. It was pretty remarkable. We saw the dual flaming cars in a previous episode. Yeah, he gave him a pinata. That's right, he gave him a pinata. Inside the pinata was a grenade. Hooker finishes the job. Stacy, what are you up to? What's she wearing? She's wearing a boyfriend's shirt here.
OP1 4 item 30. I'm in position. What's your location?
Right.
Where the hell am I? Hooker has changed since Season 1 and Season 4. Quite a lot. Every episode used to open with them at the police academy, and Hooker and Zmed and Stacy between them would have some kind of a jape going on. Like, Hooker would be like, I've got to get my daughter, who we haven't heard from in 3 seasons. I think he did call her once, but he seems to have a son he's more attached to, and also an older daughter that we've never seen, but he's mentioned. And he's had, I mean, in Season 1, it was him and Zmed, and Stacy was the desk sergeant, even though she wasn't a sergeant, she was on the desk, and sort of would set things up for them. Apparently in the pilot it was a different woman entirely, and they got rid of her, binned her off, and got Heather Locklear in. Even though the original woman was a much better actor, they wanted some tits, so they went with Heather Locklear, who was hot for the time, I guess. Even though I would say fully half the guest women in the show are much hotter than Heather Locklear. They went for Locklear. She was very 80s. Whatever. She was kind of like a budget Farrah Fawcett, I guess. So they would have some jokey opening. He's got like, I've got to get a Halloween costume for my daughter for the school play. And Smed would be like, I'll do it, Hooker. And the cases were much more, almost half of them seemed to be about violence against women. And Hooker and Smed would sort it out. Like fully half of them were like women getting yoinked, women getting, sexually assaulted, women getting mugged, or, it was all like that. And bank robberies. And then in season 2, James Darren, who plays Corrigan, he turned up in episode 2 or 3 as a hill racer, the best hill racer. And of course he knew Hooker from Hooker's hill racing days. Hooker has been a Vietnam vet and was a hill racer for a while. Anyway, well, you say Heather Locklear's gorgeous. She has dead eyes. Her eyes are completely dead. There's nothing going on in there. She's literally like one of those latex sex dolls. That's what her expression is. Her eyes are big and completely blank. There's just nothing. There's nothing. So yeah, Hooker was in Nam. He was also was a detective, busted himself back down to Blues because he wanted to do actual work on the street, even though he basically works as a detective. I used to be a bit more jokey, season 1. It would begin and end with some jape being set up and then being resolved, and the episode was in the middle. Then they kind of got away from the japes, and it became more cops and robbers. Every episode has a chase. Every episode normally opens with Hooker and Smed stumbling across something that's happening. And then they lose the guys. And then they start to unravel a case based on some clue that Hooker's found. A matchbook, a shoe, a name that someone heard. He unravels the case, does his detective work, even though he's not a detective. And then him and Smed and Corrigan and Stacy solved the case. So James Darren came back in the same season as a different guy, as James Corrigan. As Corrigan. I think we missed. Is that his wee dead body there? I can't tell. That could be his body there, but I don't think it is. I think he's just hiding. I don't know that there's another way. I think he's stuck here. We might have got him, I don't know. So is he just hiding there now? Maybe he just waits until right near the end and then goes for it. He's like, there's no way this guy waits half an hour. No, we wouldn't hear him. He looked fat. We'll give it another 30 seconds, and if we don't see any sign, we'll just fucking go down there and die to him. Why not? Yeah, I think he's expecting me to push. And now, as time's gone on, he's realised, oh, he's not going to push. He's going to wait. That could be his wee dead body there. Fuck it, let's go down there and find out. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he's absolutely fine and he's going to domey us, but there's a chance he's hit. Oh. Oh, he just took a whole different route. I didn't even know this place was here. Okay, well then that's a shame, isn't it? Can you go through here? That's the new boss area? Wait, you can't go through there. We died. I don't know where he was. Let's see if we tagged him a little. I think he was extremely fat. Yeah, look at this lad. The big backpack. I will always run at you. We didn't hit him. What? Damn. We didn't hit him once. Didn't hit him once. Do you know what I need to do next time I go to Costco? Buy an absolutely enormous thing of chewing gum. The problem is I don't know if eating a pack of chewing gum a day, like the aspartame, is bad for you. I don't know how bad for you it is. It's my concern that eating that much would like really fuck with me somehow.
1030. We've just pulled into an alley east of 6th. Do you have an ops on our man?
Not yet. Wait a minute. Here he comes, doing his thing.
Roger, OP1. How does he look?
Classical. If the beat cop comes by, we're gonna have to rescue the drunk tank.
I put out a code 5 on him, so he should be safe for now. But the jack roller we're after, there's one bad actor with an awful wicked knife. And he makes his hits hard and fast, so stay away.
OP1, our man settled in.
Man, those boots are fire! Nice hat, mate. Those things are amazing. Look at them.
OP1, heads up 30. We've got a possible. Male Caucasian, 6'3" or 4.
Why the fuck have you got Stacy on the
Light
case
blue
here?
Shirt over tan khakis. Making a move on our man.
Sounds like a jack roller.
Wow, this guy is big. Really big. It's going down.
Police! Oh, you think you're bad? Try it.
Not today, man. You ain't gonna shoot.
It's a good call.
16, officer in foot pursuit.
Look at this, he runs like me! Ah! Oh! 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 Whoa! Knee him in the bollocks! He was right there for a good old fucking bollock knee-in. He went to punch it, realized that he was going to miss, and quickly turned it into a slap.
Не стрелять!
Sounds like the lads.
Кидаю гранату! Чушка чужая, ложись!
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me! What a nade! What a fucking nade! Come on, man! Killed by a vegan? Oh, come on! Clip that, please. Look how perfect this nade was.
Кидаю гранату! Чушка чужая, ложись!
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me! Right. We'll fucking download that. That's an Insta reel. Mikhail Jordan, very good.
Saber 16, officer down, requesting an ambulance.
Hooker sorts it out.
You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You should have seen it. My half gainer was a definite 10.
Took a really bad hitter.
Should have my tail kicked for not taking that turkey.
Oh, you gotta be fucking...
King Kong there. You need Lyle Alzado as a backup.
Yeah, well, thanks anyway for taking up the slack, Hooker.
Hardhead. Consummate cop. He's always got to be numero uno.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I got a numero uno headache here.
You're going into the hospital.
I'm fine.
Oh, no argument. You're going in for a checkup. That's an order, Hotshot.
Put your head down. Come on.
Strong fucking lads. Just pick him up like that. They're professionals.
Audrey, you home? Audrey?
Where's Audrey gone?
Audrey? Audrey? Oh, no. Oh, Audrey, no. Oh, no, no, no.
Four Adam 30, 4 Adam 30.
Alley behind 219 East 5th.
Hooker's driving and drinking a cup of coffee.
Possible strangler killing.
4 Adam 30, Roger.
Mike! God, they drive so badly.
We're in the area working drunk roll detail. Number 4?
Yeah, street name's Audrey.
Another rag picker. Same MO, Lieutenant?
It's crazy.
Yeah, mass murder is crazy.
Not so sure anymore. There are countries torturing and killing their own people, governments sending children off to war. Where is the sanity?
Well, kid, since you put it like that, maybe a mass murderer fits into this world kind of neatly.
Who found the body?
Says she won't talk to anyone else but you, Hooker. Give me what you can,
1985?
huh? I'm resourceful, not inventive, and I don't have clue one on these stranglers.
That was like the post-war era for the 80s. Nam had ended.
Millie.
Pre-Desert Storm. What wars are going on?
Audrey'd mind, do you?
The Afghan invasion of... The Russian invasion of Afghanistan, I guess?
Was Audrey a good friend, ma'am?
She was someone to talk to. Maybe that's as good as anyone can expect down here on the road.
God, Zmed would hate
Millie,
2024.
if you can think of anything that might help us. We want to nail the person who did this.
This neighborhood has never been meaner, Hooker. Life down here gets tougher. And these stranglings. You said if you could ever help me. I think I still have a sister in Jersey. The address is in there. Promise me, Hooker. If anything happens, just promise me, Hooker. Please. Please.
No. Can't do it. Can't do it, love. Can't do it.
Doesn't seem like much.
Oh,
Doesn't
my
take much
fucking
when you have memories
legs.
to go with it. I remember when I first met Millie. I just busted a gypsy on a pigeon drop scam. Along came Millie. She grabbed my call box keys and she put in a help call. Saved me from ending up 3'3".
Sounds like my kind of lady.
Just busted a gypsy on a pigeon drop scam.
But not at someone else's expense.
You wonder how somebody like her ends up where she is.
Well, not for the usual reasons. Drugs, booze, inability to cope. Millie simply doesn't have anyone or anywhere else to turn to. She lost her son in Vietnam, her husband to cancer. And, like a lot of other people, she's all alone.
So she's one of the good homeless ones.
This strangler, you think he's gonna hit again?
If we don't stop him, Junior, you can count on it.
Same shot?
For as long as I've been a homicide dick, I gotta confess, I never gotten used to autopsy.
Here's the ligatures. Parachute suspension cord.
Yeah, the same kind of cord the strangler used on the other 3 victims.
Surgeons and locking nuts.
Coroner says it uses a surgical suture knot.
Maybe the strangler has a prior medical background.
I've seen those knots applied
Brilliant.
to uses other than medical. Only I can't put a handle to it.
Could you put a handle on this guy for me? His name is Clovis Glover. Street name Joker. Did
Clovis
5 of 8
Glover.
manslaughter in the
That's
strangulation
awkward.
death of his ex-wife.
Some joker.
Well, he's the only strangler suspect I have right now. The computer kicked him out on an MO run through NCIC. And Vegas PD wants him for questioning in connection with several strangulations of their own. And I want to talk to the man about ours.
What makes you think the man is in town?
Well, an informant of mine dropped a dime, said the man almost never misses a matinee at the Bijou.
You mean the main event?
Yeah. You know, it's a shame what they did to that old theater.
Matinee's at 2 o'clock. Just enough time to go fight City Hall.
Yeah.
See you
Later.
Corrigan, James,
Jim,
Hey, Stace, how goes it?
how about you? Are you feeling okay?
Ain't nothing to it. Back in business. Doctors at Central Receiving gave me a clean bill and a full return to duty slip.
You sure?
It was just a scalp wound. Hey, you know me, my head's too hard to crack.
In more ways than one. You positive you're okay?
I'm great.
God, he's such a snappy little bitch.
Hey, how about you fight and I'll write?
Exactly. Kaleidoscope view? We're gonna get the kaleidoscope view?
The Cuban. By the fence. Pull over.
The Cuban. Profiling much?
Morning.
No speak English.
Si tiene otra identificación más del tatuaje que tiene en tu mano. And when you answer, let's do it in English. Because I'm not going to buy the no speak English bit, okay?
Okay. So what you want, man?
Me?
I wasn't doing nothing. Coño, mira, man, I'm in no mood for no stinking rouse.
This here is a jailhouse tattoo. Number says you're a refugee from a Cuban prison gang. That your criminal specialty is strong-arm robbery. Probably little old ladies. What do you say to that, hombre, huh?
Yo digo que tú eres un diablo de gendarme. Hijo de un perra.
Devil cop? I'll break your fucking head open, son. Bam! Hooker style. Bam! Get off me. Bam! Jesus Christ!
Jim, it's me, Stacy.
Why are they turning their backs on him?
Tried to kill me. And I will sue you.
Are you okay?
Man, estás loco, man. You tienes rabia. ¿Sabes?
Oh, now Stacy's gonna fuck him up! This man's got so much money coming his way.
Sergeant Hooker, I'm sorry, but I'm running late for the city council meeting. You'll have to excuse
Mr. Wright,
me.
I'm not a closet social worker. I'm a cop. I've seen with my own eyes what happens to people like Millie.
I understand what you're saying, but you must understand that there are more important things on our agenda than finding a home for one little old lady.
I'm trying to keep this one little old lady from slipping through the cracks.
Jeez, how skinny is she? How skinny is that little old lady? She can slip through the cracks. Fucking unreal. I don't know if he's got to beat everyone up or if it's the concussion has somehow made him violent. In Hookerland, anything is possible.
Or a place to live. Why not try the missions, the detox centers? She's a wino, isn't she?
No, just one of the lost.
Miss Gerard, the missions and detoxification centers aren't really set up to take in women, and then only on a temporary basis.
Just exactly what is it you expect me to do?
You head up the Community Redevelopment Committee, right?
Yes, so?
So, the city has projects geared for winos, but no aid programs for the other indigents, the helpless, the homeless.
Gentlemen, I'm not Wonder Woman.
Look, tackling
That
city
was a great
council
show. Wonder
isn't easy, and
Woman!
This issue doesn't have any political glamour, but we're here because we care, and we thought we'd find someone who would make a difference. I hope it wasn't a wasted trip. Could make it. You think you could give us some backup?
As always.
What you got?
Possible 187 suspect. I'm talking to him about the stranglings downtown. His rap sheet says he carries a 45, but I'd like to take him down nice and quiet.
Hell yeah! Mud wrestling again. We're back at the mud wrestling pit. Everyone here knows Hooker. Right, lads. Damn. It was just a lad. Thing is, there's like 5 scavs there, and they shoot me first, always. Always. Oh. Jesus Christ. 900 raids. It looks like he died, though. I don't think he is a cheater. Because... So, ignore this and ignore this. All you can really go by is these 2 numbers. And I think these. So, 900 raids and 2,000 kills means that he's basically getting a little better than 2 kills a raid. Right? A little better than 2 kills a raid. So his KD of 5.7, I think this might be bollocks too. It's just that he's obviously, he's died 363 times to 2,000 kills. So, you know, that's the 5.7 KDA. But this also includes scavs. Like, I'm not kidding, but for 900 raids and 2,000 kills, it's actually not that impressive. I'm just impressed by the sheer volume. He has got some pretty wild achievements. Funny graveyard keeper. He's got a lot of boss kills. So yeah, this is this wipe. So he's basically played every single day of this wipe. But I mean, I'm just astonished that he's got that many raids. 2,000 kills? I mean, he's level 53. It's pretty insane. But it looks like he died. Normally when they show, when at the end you see their character's got nothing on him, that means they died. Well, let's see how many raids I've got. He came in the raid naked? Oh, so I guess someone dropped him gear? Well, yeah, I mean, 39 days... I mean, for example, if it said 8 days and he had 923 raids, that does tell us something. It does tell us something. It shows us that he at least has been playing or created his character at the start of the wipe. So he's been active since then. So it does give us some information. So I've done 544 raids in the same amount of time. So he's done 400 more raids than me. Which I guess means that, if you think about it, think how often I spend a raid sitting in the fucking corner, right? And he's only got twice as many kills as me, really. And I mean, that was just a super sweaty boy. I don't think that was sus at all. I mean, you may at first glance see those big numbers. I think we just fucking bumped into Ultimo Chad, man. Fuck, I've got S Club 7's Reach for the Stars stuck in my head. Reach for the stars, that one. So as I understand it, the average survival and stuff is busted. And I think it only counts something like your last few raids or something, somehow. Something like that. Right, back to the mud wrestling.
Let's do this nice and easy.
What the fuck is Hooker doing?
she's dead meat. All right, get out.
Hooker on the back again. Get him, Jim. Oh my god!
Get hold of yourself.
Don't tell the boss about this. Jim's gone fucking crazy.
So you like to watch mud wrestling, huh?
Yeah, it turns me on. Very artistic, you know?
Would you call cats fighting over litter box rights an expression of art, too?
Why not?
He's getting nicked for watching mud wrestling?
So, what made you take up this kind of work anyway?
I like body contact.
Zmed's uniform's spotless.
Excuse me. First of all, the Federal Housing and Agency. And then was the Registrar of Voters. And then was the Health Department. This latest excuse isn't going to fly. Tell her Sergeant Hooker called, and that I have found a parking ticket that has gone to warrant with the name of Sybil Gerard. That's right. And I'd appreciate a call back. Thank you very much.
Threats now, huh?
If she doesn't do something for Millie, I'm going to make it a promise.
How's it going with Glover?
I told you I done choked my old lady dead, all right? But I had nothing to do with them vapor stranglers. And I'm not about to take a fall because of your caseload, neither. Like I told you, I don't know nothing about them downtown strangling.
Say no song.
Lousy singer.
You'd look better if you swallowed a toad. What's wrong?
This scuzzball here is an ex-con.
Scuzzball.
He kidnaps a hostage, GTA's a ride, comes close to killing you.
What, GTA? GTA's a ride. Wow. He really did GTA it though, so. don't get it. Did he really not hear me? Just fancy sniping. Are we in the tree or not? No. Which are the trees you can get in? And how the hell does Stank Rat know which ones they are? I wonder if he just goes on to like a map and just tests every tree. Why does the guy sound like he's inside? I swear, it sounded like he's directly in front of me and the guy's to the left. Whatever. God. Wow. Greedy Goblin. How do you get to level 40, dying 561 times? He's only survived 300 raids and he's level 40. How is that possible? He had a lot of kills. A lot of kills. Also, he clearly doesn't stay the entire raid because he dies 2 times out of 3. He dies 2/3 of the time, and he's still got more than twice as much XP as I've done. So he's probably done all the fucking quests that he can up to a certain point. Dying that often. It's crazy.
Why should I care if he ends up taking some extra lumps?
For the same reason I do. Excessive force is just that.
I have no argument with reasonable force.
It's not just that, is it? Something else. Something's bugging you and Stacy. Come on, you got an itch, scratch it.
Okay, come on. Stacy told me she and Jim shook down a Cuban con this morning. A prison gang member. Turned out to be a full-blown hassler. Jim came down hard on the guy just like he jumped on Glover. She said he just sort of went a little crazy.
God, Jim's gone crazy.
She's his partner. Maybe he's got a personal problem.
He told Stacy nothing's wrong. Figured we ought to talk about it now, rather than talk to internal affairs later.
I need an approval on my arrest report. Am I going to be riding a beef?
Oh, Glover's not going to press the issue.
What about you?
No complaints from personnel.
I tell you, I don't know what happened. I mean, I kind of went blank. Next thing I know, you're on top of me hollering. I swear, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, well, it's been a long day for all of us, so you just correct the mistakes in your report so I can sign it, and we'll all get out of here.
What mistakes?
Well, in your report, you didn't mention that you beat the shit out of him. Oh, that! Oh.
А вот тут кореш мой бывал точно.
Is that a scav or is that a rogue? The difference is, I don't want to kill scavs, but I do want to kill rogues.
Чики-брики! Пальчик выкинь!
Gene, can you get that? The door. Cheers, love.
Это что за хрень?
Oh, Nikita, why?
Хуйло, вот хуйло! Конец тебе!
Scope is amazing. Yeah, it's all the signage and everything is in Russian. All the locals speak Russian. It's a Russian game, you know. The Razor Scope.
Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
Wait. We killed a PMC and we get no rep for that. What's going on? Wait, you're telling me that if they haven't killed any scavs, you get 0 rep? Fuck off. Why do they hate people fucking being scavs and getting anything for scavving? Like, getting rep is so shit. Also, how come the BTR doesn't give them any scav rep? Can't remember what you need the Cyclone for. I fucking scav and make a fortune. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You're doing it wrong. I just think that you should be rewarded more. I mean, look how many scav runs I've done, and I've got 1.93 rep. That ain't great, is it? That's pretty shitty. I call it disrespectful. What achievements have I got? 9. Only 2% of players have survived and extracted from every location. Only 3% of people have killed 50 enemies. Kill glue car, 1% of people. Search the office in factory, 14%. So 14% of people have done this. So 86% of people who play Tarkov have never been to the office on factory. This is the intro quest for Jaeger. So only 1 in 6 people that play Tarkov get as far as Jaeger? Die in Tarkov for the first time, 29% of players. So I guess 70% of people who have Tarkov have never played it. That cannot be right. Sorry, I got distracted by something. Someone was at the door. Alright, yeah, I'll be back tonight. I hope you guys enjoy me then. Cheers for watching. Take it easy. Peace out.